Hello, Sabres fans and family. Welcome to the Traverse City Christian versus Bellaire game at Turtle Creek Stadium. Thanks to the Traverse City Pit Spitters for letting us use the ball field. This one going to be pretty exciting for the ball players as we get the Star Spangled Banner underway. I'll be with you in just a second. And we are ready for baseball here at Turtle Creek Stadium in Traverse City. This one of the later additions to the schedule for the Sabres, but a good one nonetheless. Excited to get a pair of games in against Bellaire today, and I'll get you the lineup for Bellaire. They start off with number 3, the right fielder Dawson Dewey, followed up by number 10, Keegan Lovett at second base. Number 5, Colin Bierup is the starter as the Sabres take the field. Number 21, Caden Bettershell in center field. Josh Landis at third base. Number 9, hitting 6th, number 33, Luke Smith at first base. Aiden Belko will be the catcher, number 8. Number 15 is Mylan Astle in left field. And rounding out the lineup is number 2, Ben Landis. He is the shortstop for Bellaire. The Traverse City Christian Sabres, their defense will be Christian Brower on the mound. Typically our catcher game 1 or 2, and then the other game he would be normally at second. Excited to see him get a start here. Malachi Willis behind the plate for this one. At first base, Nixon Deemer. At second base, the returning Caleb Chinland. Very excited to see him. It's been since the beginning of the season since we've been able to see him play. Reese Broderick moving from short to third on this one. At short will be Parker Hoover. In left field, Isaiah Willis moving back from his typical position at the hot corner. In center field, as always, is Kobe Bilderback. And in right field is Ethan Ahlart. He will be, I have him being DH'd for by Charlie Cameron. Just about set to start this one. Sabres currently 8-4 on the season, looking to extend that to double-digit wins as the throw down to second signifies the start of the ball game. An underhand glove flip from Reese to Christian as Dawson Dewey steps in. We are ready for this one. Reese in on the grass at third base as they're shutting the gate out there in the bullpen. Coach Wheat down the left field line. Oh, some of the mats are falling off the wall here. Well, that gives me a second to tell you about Christian so far on the season. Christian Brower, in terms of pitching, he's got 4 innings under his belt. He's got a win and allowed 2 hits and an earned run after 2 walks and 2 strikeouts. As his first pitch is hit shallow left, That's going to drop right in front of Isaiah Willis, and we are started. First pitch hit for Bellaire. That was Dawson Dewey, the right fielder. On the first pitch, that brings up Keegan Lovett, the second baseman, going from the lefty now to the righty. A lot of these Sabres start off in the same position when they get the sign. That glove on the front leg as a bunt attempt goes foul here from Lovett. They get that glove on the drive leg. Not that we have any lefties, it's that left leg with their right arm behind their back with the ball in it. That's about what Justin Verlander does, and I don't know if there's a connection there or not, but that is something I've noticed. As the count goes to 0-1. Sets, pitch, shows bunt, Malachi to second. Tag's not going to get in time. The ball beats him there. I think he swept a little bit too much with that glove at second base. He's going to get a stolen base. Call on that pitch was a ball. It's 1-1. Left hand the pitch in the air underneath it. Haylert coming in. That was a lot higher than it was in my eyes. That one a fly out, a little pop out to Nixon. And they get the first out of the ball game. Foul pop out to Nixon Deemer. 1 away. There's a runner at second. I remember back in my freshman year of high school, we were able to do a tournament. I don't quite remember exactly how things went. I know it was a pretty hot day. My cleats, the sole of my cleats separated from the main shoe of it, though. I had to use the plastic cleats because of the turf. It was one of the first things I remember, but remember it was a great time for me, great time for my teammates, and I bet it'll be a great time for these boys on the Sabres and the Eagles. Pitch on its way. That one called strike. It's 2-2. This is Colin Bierup, the pitcher, lefty, at the plate. Curious to see if he is a lefty on the mound as well. Very open stance, way back in the box. 2-2 on its way. That one in the dirt, blocked by Malachi in a squat, not on the knees though. It is 3-1. Swing and a miss. Fills up the count. 3-2 now. Pitch on its way. Fouled back. Just to my left. A little late on that last pitch. Here comes the full count pitch. Ooh, close pitch from my angle, but called ball 4. So another runner reaches for the Bellaire Eagles. And that brings up the number 4 hitter, Caden Bettershell. Just loses him with ball 4. And it's been lefty, righty, lefty to start the game for Bellaire. Delivery. Called strike, gets that one. And that is the third of 4 first pitch strikes to open up the game for the Sabres. And Christian Brower gets the strike on that one too. That's about where that pitch to Bierup was, but we'll take it in this case. It is 0-2. Brower set. And the delivery. Can't get that one. It is 1-2. Sets. Normal leadoff second. He'll go for a pickoff. Can't get it to Chinlin in time. Ball in the upper end part of the plate. It's 2-2. 2-2, 1 out, 2 on. You're in the first inning on this game at Turtle Creek Stadium for the Sabres. That one a little high. It fills the count, 3-2. Another full count. Let's see if he can pull this one off, get a strikeout, or maybe get a ground ball double play. He sets at the waist. Ball 4. So another walk. And that loads the bases for the number 5 hitter. The number 5 hitter, Josh Landis, comes up. He is the third baseman for Bellaire. First pitch from him. Outside, ball 1, almost pitch out level on that toss. Called strike 1-1. Christian got that game, his one game appearance so far, that 4-inning appearance where he picked up the win, was in relief of Reese against Sutton's Bay. Skids away from Malachi and the run will score, so that will drive home the first run of the game. Unfortunately, that was the second run that has scored against Brower so far this year. That one ruled a passed ball. It is 2-1. That just snuck under the glove. That one's strike 2. Back to a 2-2 count. Swung on that one. Strikeout would be ideal here. That definitely keeps. And he gets it. Called strike 3 for the second out. That keeps the runners at second and third, where a ground ball probably drives across a run. Now you can get about anything as the number 6 hitter, Luke Smith, goes to bat. 22 pitches so far in the inning for Christian as he sets high to low. Pitch on its way. Oh, just outside. Looks in, takes the sign. Here's the delivery. Looked inside, but he calls the strike. We will take it 10 times out of 10. That's a 1-1 count. He's even out to 3-3 first pitch strikes. This one in the dirt. 2-1. Looking to get out of a jam. He had the bases loaded with only 1 out. After a pass ball, he did get the strikeout for out number 2. Let's see if he can strand 2 runners. This one swung on and missed. Strike 2, 2-2 now. And he is 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. Lugliff and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He gets out of the inning. The Sabres strand a pair. A pair of walks, a single, and a run scored on a pass ball. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left on. The Sabres looking to make some noise here in the bottom half of inning number 1. Parker Hoover steps in as we are ready to start the bottom of the first. Sabres looking to answer back after allowing a run to pass. In the first inning on a pass ball, they would strand 2 runners in scoring position after that, though, and I can confirm now that Colin Bierup is a southpaw. That lefty in the plate and on the bump. First pitch to Parker is skied in the air. Center field coming in. Shortstop, second base going back. Second baseman almost falling over to his right to make the play, but that will be the first out on the first pitch. Will pop out behind the bag to the second baseman. Well, with that, let's get a look at the Sabres lineup for this one. Parker Hoover, you saw leading off. He's followed by Isaiah Willis. Isaiah tied for first with 12 RBI on the season. He's followed by Reese Broderick. Then Nixon Deemer will be playing first. Christian Brower, the pitcher. Malachi Willis behind the plate. Charlie Cameron, the DH. Caleb Chinlin at second base. And rounding out the lineup, Kobe Bilderback. As we get a 1-1 count, this one fouled off behind the Eagles dugout. 1-1 to Isaiah Willis. Isaiah, 12 RBI so far on the year. He is tied for that first base spot with his brother Malachi. So the Willis brothers offering quite a bit of production as he grounds out to first base for the second out. 2 quick outs for the Eagles and Bierup. That one's 3-U as Reese Broderick comes up. Quite a showing on Friday. Skipped a page there. Oh, I skipped a few pages, didn't I? First pitch to Reese. Ball high. Well, Reese on Friday's doubleheader went 4 for 7 with 2 RBI, a double, scoring twice. Those 2 RBI were key in Game 1 as they were the tying and winning runs in a walk-off victory where he pitched quite a good game against the Harbor Light Christian Swordsman. He's got a 1-1 count right now. Lunges a little bit for one. It is 1-2 now. Bierup turns. Here's a pitch. That one high. Fills the count 2-2. Evens the count 2-2 rather. And the 2-2. Goes for one. That one to left. That's going to be a foul towards the bullpen for the Sabres. Sabres dugout on the third base side today. At home we are on the other side, though it is in works to get the Sabres moved across the diamond. The Eagles out on the first base line. That will fulfill the count. 3-2. He's seen 6 pitches so far. They got to make him work if he's gonna get to them early. Full count pitch on its way. In the air, center field. Looks like he's got it, and he will put it away. That'll be a 1-2-3 inning for the Eagles. The Sabres going down. They've got the 7-8-9 hitters in a 1-0 game. No runs, no hits, no errors. Just around the corner from Chum's Corners, we are here at Turtle Creek Stadium, home of the Traverse City Pit Spitters, as we look to start the second inning. The Bellaire Eagles coming up to the plate with their 7, 8, and 9 hitters after bringing up 6 to the plate and scoring 1 in the first inning on a passed ball after a single and a pair of walks. Swing and a miss. Strike 1 gets him started for the top of the second, as Christian Brower looks to continue his success from the last couple batters of that first inning. He gets a ball outside. This is Aiden Belko, the catcher, number 8. 1-1. Foul down the third baseline. Yes, that was a little bit closer than it looked like. That stayed straight. It looked like it was going to curve off a little bit more to the left of the field of play. But it is 1-2 now to the number 7 hitter. This one on the ground. A dive from Reese. I think he just wanted to test out the turf. They get a 6-3 put out. Just Parker Hoover gets the play on a Nixon Deemer for the first out of the inning. It's a nice easy play for Parker, and that brings up Mylan Astle. Sabres coming off a split doubleheader with Harbor Light Christian, as a bunt attempt is called off by Reese. A nice pistol throw to first. And there are 2 easy outs, as Christian's rolling a little bit better in this one. Good play calling off the pitcher on that one. Reese is going to have far better angle coming in, getting that ball over to Nixon at first. That is 2 outs. And that brings up the number 9 hitter, Ben Landis. Most likely brother of Josh Landis, who hit earlier as he fouls one back to the netting behind home plate. You don't hear that metallic ting that you get from the fence back at Legacy Field at home. I'll be honest, I can't hear much of anything up here in the press box. So very kind of the Pit Spitters operation crew to get me in here so I can broadcast this to you guys at home. That one upstairs, a ball 1-1. Christian sets neck down to the waist. Malachi can't get the strike call on that one. It is ball 2, 2-1. Called strike 2-2 now with 2 outs. And the delivery. That's going to fill the count once again. So another full count opportunity for the Eagles here. They've walked on both of the other 2. Christian looking to win this one. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So a nice inning of work as Christian Brower goes 1, 2, 3 to the bottom part of the lineup for the Eagles. No runs, no hits, no errors. We'll be back. As the throw goes down to second from Belko, we get started for the second inning of this one. Sabres up to bat. Nixon Deemer leads off. He is the first baseman for the Sabres. Number 4 hitter will be leading off in the second inning. First pitch called strike. And we're ready in this 1-0 ball game. The Eagles have a lead. They got that on a leadoff single. He would steal second, be moved over with a bases loading walk. This one towards third. Ooh, both of them kind of going for a dive there, but neither one able to get it. Let's see how they score that. Over my left. Doesn't look like they'll put it up there. We'll see what they decide to call that one down on Game Changer. But yes, the bases ended up getting loaded moving into third. A pass ball would score him from third base, and that's the 90 feet. The way we got here is Brower drops the head of the bat on a bunt attempt and fouls it back towards the Pit Spitters logo behind home plate. A little bit of remnants of the Beach Bums logo there. If you squint hard enough, you can see it. It is 0-1 on Christian Brower, today's starting pitcher, Game 1's starting pitcher. Nixon on the move to second. This one inside. He's going to get second for free. So now he moves over. They did end up calling Nixon's a single. And the Sabres are in business. Pitch on its way. Swing and a miss. Strike 2 on him. 15 pitches so far for, well, that was the 16th. 16 pitches so far for Bellaire starter. He's doing quite well as Nixon reduces his lead a little bit with a little bit of pressure from that second baseman. The ball low called on that one. 2-2. Sets. Pitch on its way. Strike 3. They'll get Christian Brower out for the first out of the second inning. Malachi Willis to the plate now. Like I said, with his brother Isaiah, tied to lead the team in RBIs here, and I bet he would love to take the lead from his brother right here with a... Ooh, that one inside called a strike with a nice piece to score Nixon from second. I don't know if it's my angle or what. The infield looks quite a lot bigger than it does at home. Obviously, it's going to be the same size. It might just be, it goes a little deeper back. This one on the ground to third. Nixon going to get his way into third base, and he'll score now as the runner, as the thrower, the third baseman throws a ball past him. With the amount of foul territory here on a more professional level ballpark, that one is going to get Malachi all the way to third. Not sure that one will be an RBI, but that'll score a run, and the Sabres have tied it up at 1 apiece. Malachi puts one into play, and the Sabres are looking at a 1-1 ball game. That brings up Charlie Cameron, the designated hitter. He's hitting for Ethan Allard as he swings the pitch outside. Strike 1. They will call it a single and a throwing error. So Malachi will be given a base hit on that one as Charlie pops out to first base for the second out. That brings up Caleb Chinlin. Hasn't had a bunch of time as he was out for quite a few games with a knee injury. Looking to get back into the box. This one squirts away from the catcher, and that's going to be a passed ball to score Malachi. The Sabres, rather, have taken a 1-run lead here in the second. 2-cross. And both those runs, I would say, are most definitely unearned. Chin looking at a 1-0 count. Pitch on its way. Swings a pitch in the dirt. In the turf, rather. No dirt at this ballpark. Caleb was able to get a couple trips to the plate in his 2 games against Glen Lake, as this one's fouled off down the first base line. No chance for the first baseman there. He went 0 for 3, but he did pick up a walk. He reached base via that walk. So he's looking to pick up his first hit of the season. Looking 1-2 with. He is swinging in this one. Sabres with a newly found lead. 1-2 on its way. Not timed up well on that fastball. That'll be strike 3. That one coming in at 72. We have the pitch speeds. Well, keep an eye on that for you guys at home. Sabres pick up a pair on a couple of hits and an error. They've got a lead now going into the 3rd inning, 2-1. Well, we enter the 3rd inning with a Sabres lead of 2-1 over the Bellaire Eagles. The Eagles will get back to the top of their lineup to begin the 3rd inning. This is Dawson Dewey, left-handed hitter who started off the game with a single. He'd steal second and score on a pass ball. First pitch called strike 0-1. He was swinging first pitch of the game on his first trip up to the plate. That one a ball. Now 1-1. This one fouled off. 1-2 to Dewey. A little longer of an inning for Beerup in the first, but still only 15 pitches, as this one's a bloop single right into center field. They've got a leadoff hitter. Once again, he is 2 for 2 in the night. That brings up Keegan Lovett, who popped out to Nixon on the Turtle Creek Stadium sign on the right side of the screen. Up to the first base side of the stadium, the ballpark. Pickoff move, nothing. This one hit a little chopper foul. Oh no, a balk. See, now they call the balk on Christian Brower. So the runner gets second base for free. No pitch on that one. Swing and a miss. Strike one. On a line, up the middle, that's going to be base hit. Builder back fields it. The throw in is going to tie the game up with a score. The runner thinks twice about going over to second base. He'll return to first. And this one is a tie game. A single drives in a run from second. And the Sabres back to square one with the Eagles. Looking at some of the apparel, the Eagles logo looks to just be the Philadelphia Eagles logo. Always thought it funny when teams do that, but I say that wearing the, I guess now old school Traverse City Christian hat on my head with the Cleveland Cavaliers logo on it, the old C, the hook C. This one popped up high towards the netting down the third base side right behind home plate. Strike one. This is the number 3 hitter, Colin Bierup, the pitcher, looking to help himself out a little bit up at the plate. He walked in the first inning. He would make it all the way to third base before he was stranded after a pair of strikeouts from Christian Brower. Sets low. Christian also has already hit his season high total. Nixon, off the heel of his glove. Unfortunate, but at least it remains a foul ball, a 1-2 count. Christian has beat his season high total of 2 strikeouts so far with 3 in the game, so looking to add on that from here. Pitch on its way. Drop behind the plate. 2-2. Couldn't quite secure it. Looked like an outside pitch, maybe. Sets, and the delivery fouled off. Left side remains 2-2. That was the 10th pitch of the inning for Christian Brower. He is at 47. That was the 11th. Apologies. He's at 48 so far in the game. Fouled back, directly back. We'll try it again, 2-2. 6 pitches so far to the Eagles pitcher. This one on the ground once again foul, so run it back, it'll be at least 8. Get that ball back to Christian. Hopefully, they'll maybe roll up a double play here, get a strikeout. Sets. Pickoff move, nothing. Ball 3, full count. So this is his second time with a full count. That was the 8th pitch of this trip to the plate. On the move is the runner from first. That is ball 4, so he walks a second time. Runner's going to be in there regardless. 3 straight base runners to open out the third inning. And that brings up the number 4 hitter, Caden Bellaire. He is the center fielder. 2 Eagles on, no Eagles out, as we are here in the third inning of this game between Traverse City Christian and Bellaire. First pitch, ball. 1-0. Bellaire in the First inning would walk on a full count. That one 2-0. Hoping he comes back from this one down 2-0. And a tie ball game. He sets, 2 runners on. Pitch on its way. This one's swing and a miss. Now it is 2-1 for Christian Brower. Looks back. Worked quick on that one. That one gonna be ball 3 though. Not getting that outside part of the plate called. Back to it. 3-1. 2 on. Swing and a miss, and he'll fill the count up 3-2 now. Back in that game against Sutton's Bay, Christian would hit 58 pitches, so that being so far his season high. This one fouled back a couple doors down from me. Remains a full count. far tonight they've been glove side, so maybe just a little too much follow through. Not quite sure. Just missing outside. He is pretty far over towards first base on the rubber. That one, ball 3. Another full count. Seven full counts. On the move is the runner with two outs and a full count foul ball. And in those 7 full counts, he's got 3 walks. All 3 of his walks have came on full counts. He's got a double play, 4 walks rather, all 4, and that's number 5 there, the 5th walk of the game. And that's part of the reason we've seen such a high pitch count. He's at 72 now as Aiden Belko steps up. Does have a strikeout on a full count pitch as well. So he's picked up 3 outs, but allowed 4 walks on 3 outs, 5 walks on 7 full counts. Belko started off the 2nd inning with a ground out to short. He's the number 7 hitter. This one on the ground to third. Reese just going to touch third base, and that'll end the inning. So tough inning, as 2 runs cross on 2 hits, 3 walks. But they do strand a pair on the bases with the help of a double play. Sabres got to scratch back. It's 3-2. So as soon as I get here, I'm going back as the Sabres could not tie it up in the third inning. We're going to the fourth inning. It looks like Malachi's coming out to the mound. A little bit of swapping from the 1 and 2 position. We'll be right back. Back here and ready for the fourth inning as we are past the halfway point of the ball game. Malachi Willis taking over on the mound for the Sabres. That will move Christian Brower behind the plate. And otherwise running the same defense behind Malachi as was behind Christian. He sets. First pitch from him. That's going to be a ball. Number 8 hitter Mylan Astle bats. He had a bunt ground out that Reese took. This one, soft line just past the glove of Malachi. Throw to first. Ooh, out of the glove, Nixon Deemer. And he will reach there. We'll see how they score that one on Game Changer. And I'll get you that one passed along. That brings up the number 9 hitter, Ben Landis. He's got a strikeout so far in the ledger for him. Sets. First pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. On Game Changer, they said a single to Caleb. Imagine there was some kind of misplay there, but it's going to go in the book as a single. 1-1. The count to Ben Landis. Outside. 2-1 now. Sets. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Even count. 2-2 to the number 9 hitter. And 2-2 in the air. Behind second. That's going to get down. Ehlert picking it up off the hop. Schindlin couldn't quite get back there. That's tough ball to field. A little faller into shallow right field, and that turns the lineup over for Dawson Dewey, the right fielder. He's got a pair of singles so far in this one. Sabres did turn a very nice double play in the past inning, the third inning. Looking for a little bit of that magic again. Got to get the ball in the ground first. First pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. Final line for Christian Brower in this one. 3 innings, 73 pitches. He saw 11 at-bats come to the plate of the 16 batters. That coming on 5 walks, 3 strikeouts, a new season high for him. but also a season high in runs at 3, all 3 being earned. Runner gets a lead off second, not much of a lead at all from first. 1 and 2 now. Is that ball a little bit outside to the lefty? Less of a lead at second, more of a lead at first. Chinland just going to go to first with this one, and that will be the first out of the ball game. Fielder's choice 4-3 on that one. And that is the first time we've been able to get out Dawson Dewey in the ball game. That brings up Keegan Lovett, the second baseman. He is 1 for 2. He popped out to Nixon in foul territory and has a single. First pitch blocked, but it does get behind Christian a little bit. Stays in the home plate circle. No move from the runner 90 feet away at third base. It's ball 1. Delivery in the air, center field. That'll probably push a run across. Builderback makes the play. They're going to throw it home. Nixon gets the cutoff. Oh, but he can't get the tag on him. Just a little late. The run will score, and they add an insurance run 4-2 for the Eagles. The runner stays at second, and that sac fly almost turned into an incredible double play from the Sabres defense. Number 3 hitter steps up, Colin Bierup. Left-handed batter, the starting pitcher of this one. This one in the air, center field, left center. Shortstop. Ooh, Parker almost making a nice backwards sliding play, but the ball bounced right off his glove. Tough play to make, and that's going to be, I would imagine that just a single, not a double on that one with the hitter advancing on the throw. It's a 5-2 lead. I'm calling that one just a single. Ooh, they mark it an error. I don't fully agree with that one. That one, pass ball, going to get past. The runner will move to third. I think that one was more of a. That's a tough play to get to, and I don't know if that one should be called an error on Parker. I mean, I saw some other plays in this game that were not called errors that I feel should have been. Not my decision to make, but that runner on third will have reached via an error. Ball 2. This is the number 4 hitter, Caden Battenshell. See somebody with the last name on the back of their backs right down the line here. This one not going to be able to get the back pick from the catcher. Count is 3-0 to the number 4 hitter. We are in a 5-2 game. Eagles have the lead as the 3-0 pitch is fouled straight back to the screen. Fraction of a second late, maybe a little bit underneath it too. It's 3-1. 3-run lead for the Eagles. Still within grasp. We have 3 more innings to play in this one as we are just past the halfway point. 2 outs. This one's still far in reach for the Sabres. On the ground. Ooh, almost a nice behind-the-back play from Malachi. I think I saw a smile on his face as he was trying to get up, but that's just a well-placed single. You can't do much with those. That'll score the run from third, and then due to the call of an error on Parker, that's going to be an unearned run for Malachi. And there will be a runner on. Still with 2 outs. That brings up Josh Landis, the third baseman. A walk and a strikeout so far in this one. Ball 1. Well, good news pseudo-analytically. His strikeout started with a ball, and the walk started with a strike. So if we can go off that, it's 2-0, so it's not looking too good for that theory, but we can still hope. Maybe a little bit of warning. Hey, you're walking on eggshells, getting close to a balk from the umpire. Just a little bit of maybe warning there. Typically the move, that one ball 3. Parker Hoover getting the start in game 2 of this one for the Sabres. A little bit of changes in the lineup. This one we gotta win this one first. Pitch on its way. Ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk. And the Sabres down by 4 here in the middle of the ball game. Sets. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. This one fouled off down the third base line, 0-1. On first pitch strikes so far in this inning for Malachi. He's given up a single. We had the one play out in short left field. The fielder's choice ground out to Caleb. This one on a line to left field. That's going to get down. They're going to send the runner from third home, and they're going to hold him up at third, the runner from first. 7-2. So just a well-placed hit. Soft liner, double. Can't do much with those. That one also going to be an unearned run. Unfortunately, you don't like to see high numbers of unearned runs, but unless they put a stopper to this one soon, you might see a couple more. Runners at second and third, 2 outs, and this is the 9th hitter in the inning, Aiden Belko. Pair of singles started off this inning, then they got the next 2 outs while giving up 1 run. Came just short of a pop out behind shortstop, and play continued. That one a ball. You see how little mistakes can turn into a big inning, an unfortunate inning, as they've scored 4 so far in this frame and are threatening to do more. Swing and a miss. Now 2-1. He is 0 for 2 so far in this one. He's hitting each of the last 3 innings. He grounded out to short to start off the second inning, and to end the third inning, he would ground out to third. Hopefully we can get him to ground out to end this inning, and it looks like he does. Parker to first. Nixon with a nice stretch. They're going to call him safe, though. It didn't look like the foot came off. Maybe it did. I'm not down there. Don't have the best angle to see a foot coming off the bag, but unfortunately that's going to be the call, and a run will score. It is 8-2. We'll see what that one gets called. Runners on the corners now for Mylan Astle, the leadoff hitter of this one, and they call that one a single. So that one's going to go in the book as a single. I think there's more of a case to call that one an error than his other one. But swing and a miss, strike 1. Here on Astle, the left fielder. He started off this inning with a single. He's also gotten out on a bunt attempt back in the second. Not a sack bunt, nobody on. That was the second out of the inning. This one swung on and missed, strike 2. Malachi, hope he can get out of this one. The pickoff, or the throw, is past the second baseman, and another run will cross. They're going to get time from Coach Wheat, and we'll see what this is about. Well, So far on the inning, we've seen some hits, we've seen some errors, we've seen a walk. That is 32 pitches. For Malachi. But all in all, there's a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. There's 2 strikes on the batter right now. He is the number 8 hitter in the lineup. Seldom do you get past 10 batters in an inning, I feel. But that's just feelings. Malachi's going to be able to stay in. They will call it a stolen base at second. E2, I would imagine that would bring him around. He's got an 0-2 count on Astle. He's set. Pitch. That's going to be ball 1. But overall, 6 runs have crossed in the inning, and this has been the game changer so far. They say a steal of home. Ball low. 2-2. Upper 60s for Malachi on these pitches. That other pitchers getting into the low 70s on some of those pitches. I saw this one popped up to my right. Maybe we'll try it again. 2-2. Drops down into the stands. Given to Gallegos. He'll get the ball back into play. That one above the head of the batter. 3-2, a full count. A little dancing over at second. He's on the move with 2 strikes. They'll get him. Full count, 2 outs. Nobody behind him. They'll get the caught stealing after the walk. That'll end the inning. Sabres looking at a steep hill to climb. They've got 3 innings to answer back 7 runs. It is 9-2. Well, it's a big difference from the last time we started off a half inning, but the Sabres come up to bat here down 7 runs in the bottom of the 4th. They will lead off with Nixon Deemer, who's got a base hit so far in the game. The 1-2-3 hitters 0 for 5 with a walk for the Sabres. Peeking a little bit. Nixon would come around to score. he looks to start something off here in the fourth. Any inning can be a big inning. We saw that with the last inning. 6 runs scored. Only 2 of them were earned. Swing and a miss at first pitch. A little out ahead of that one. 0-1. That one ball, 63 miles an hour. Took a little bit off. It's 1-1, even count. Next in the first baseman in this one. Pitch on its way. Called strike, and they're getting that outside call we really haven't today. It is 1-2 now. That was 1-2 on its way. Fouled right back my direction. Stays 1-2. Pitcher facing home. And in his glove, here comes the pitch. Dropped by the catcher. It's a 2-2 count to Nixon. Nixon hitting .429 so far in the season. He's had some well-hit balls. That one ball 3. On base percentage of .500. Gets on base about half the time, but a really, really impressive OPS 957. 1 extra base hit, 14 hits for him on the year. Ball 4 will take a walk. That'll help the OBP, and he's reached twice today. And that brings up Christian Brower. Nixon, one of the higher scored players. He's tied for 3rd place with Isaiah Willis, 11 times crossing home. He's already scored today. Top of that list, Reese, followed by Parker. If you're up in the lineup, you get to score quite a bit so long as you get on base. So that follows. Christian sees strike 1. Christian hitting .407 on the season. Slugging quite well at a .556 clip. He's got 4 doubles, which ties him in a 3-way tie with Parker and Reese. A stolen base there on a pitch that was called strike 2. That is strike 2. Runner at second. Sabres looking to capitalize. Ball inside, almost hit him. Nixon's going to jaunt over to third. Pass ball. 1-2. Sets. 1-2. Fouled off, a little late. It will remain 1-2. Been a pretty good outing for Beerup, the Eagles pitcher. He's in his 4th inning of work. No earned runs. 2 runs have crossed. There was a called strike. That's his 3rd strikeout. Sabres have not been getting that outside pitch today, and I think that's been a big part of the struggle, because I feel like that pitch has been called a ball quite often for Traverse City Christian, but I think it's getting called a strike here. I could be wrong. I could be just getting a different angle on it. But I wouldn't be so optimistic as to think that. Malachi Willis Bat's now looking to help his cause, as he is the pitcher now. Moving from the catching position to the pitching position. That cannot be easy. As somebody who used to be a catcher for the Sabres, it takes a toll on it. If you're squatting for first 3 innings and then you're going to go up and use your legs for the next inning, and pitching is heavily coming from the legs. This one hit high and foul. We'll see if they have a play on it. Second base, first, and right fielders coming on, but it will fall in front of the first and second baseman. But it's a very physically tasking job. So to be able to go from two very physically taxing jobs on the same body part in two different ways, it's definitely not easy. Pitch on its way on the ground to short. Should be an easy play for the shortstop, and that will end the inning. So no runs, no hits, no errors. They'll leave a runner 90 feet away in scoring position. Sabres still down 7. Malachi back on the mound for the 5th inning of work. Well, not his 5th inning of work, but the 5th inning of this ball game. This is his 2nd inning of work, as he'll face the 9-1-2 batters. He sets, ready for first pitch of the 5th. Outside, ball 1. Hoping for a little more brisk trip to the mound on this one. As second pitch as well as a ball. 2-0. Here's delivery. Skips in the dirt. Ball 3. Not how you want to start. 3-0 to the leadoff hitter. Ideally, we get it flipped around here, and last thing you want is a leadoff walk, especially when you're down by this many, and that's what the Eagles will get. Leadoff walk to turn the lineup over to the top for number 16. He's newly entered into the ball game. Number 16 is Carson Battershell. That one's going to get past Brower. The runner will advance. Haven't been able to block, and I wonder if it has to do with the turf. Sabres obviously don't play on turf back home. Just haven't been able to see as much blocking from either team today. It's going to bounce differently off the turf. Granted, you're not going to get those weird hops as much, but it's a different kind of weird hop when you're playing on turf. Underneath all that artificial turf is just rubber, like ground up tires, and that a good block on that one, the runner will go over to third, but it's just so much springier that it moves so much differently. You might see that portrayed by the infielders if you're reading the infielders, but it's just such a different read off the bat and off the ground when you're playing on this surface compared to grass and dirt and clay and what have you. And your typical, this one almost sailing away from Malachi, but Reese will pull it in. The count was 3-0. Now it's a walk. 8 consecutive pitches, all balls, and it looks like Mason Hensley's going to get the ball here. Coming in, that'll be it for Malachi. Mason Hensley coming in as Coach Wheat makes a move to the bullpen. Runner on the move to second. Pick back to third. Oh, Reese can't corral it. That would have been close. Not quite sure if they would have gotten him out. But the runner advances. Mason inherits runners formally at the corners. Now 2 runners on at second and third, both in scoring position. Those would be the responsibility of Malachi as one crosses there on a very wild pitch. Runner moves to third as he takes the spot vacated by the runner crossing home. Count is 2-0. Nice pitch there, 59 miles an hour. But it comes back into the zone. That looked like could have been a bender. Strike one, first strike of the inning the Eagles have seen. Blocked, squirts away. Like I said, that turf really hard to play on. 3-1 count though. Final line for, well, Malachi is still out for finalization, so not quite finalized yet with batter hit here with the runner at third. Still his responsibility. He'll get a free base. And there are once again runners at the corners, so expect to see the runner going to second on a steal here. Nobody out. We'll see if Parker does the cutoff move, and it looks like he's going for it. It'll be fouled off. It was maybe subtle enough where they didn't pick up on it, but makes that throw from second base area to home feel shorter if they do fall for the deke. Runner on the move again. Popped up high behind the plate. Brower running back. Can't quite get there as he runs into the wall. Almost maybe a foot in more and he makes that play, but he's coming on like a freight train. 0-2. Still looking for the first out of the inning. The Sabres now down 8 in a 10-2 ball game. 8-4 record on the season. Best case scenario, they will finish today's games still above 500 as one is fouled off down the first base line. We'll get the ball back to Hensley. 0-2 still. Is going to be the fourth pitch of the at-bat. Mason looks both ways. Bet that runner's getting tired. That last time he'll have to run as the ball passes by Brower. The run will score from third. And now I can give you Malachi's final line after those two score. 45 pitches. He threw 1 inning and some change. He did not get a strikeout. He would walk 4 batters, give up 5 hits, and earn 4 runs out of the 8 that crossed. And that inning has kind of been the big one, the game changer here. It's 2-2. Runner at second. That's going to be ball 3. At a defensive indifference, I would imagine, gets called stolen base. It can go either way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Mason Hensley picks up a strikeout on 61 miles an hour. So with a 1 away in the 5th, that brings up Caden. Yes, okay, bad. I thought there was a number change. It looked like a substitution, but it's Caden Battershell. Imagine he is related to Carson, the now leadoff hitter, the one hitter in the lineup. He currently just scored recently. First pitch to him hit high in the air towards first base. In foul territory for sure. Nixon, making a diving attempt. Can't get it. It's having trouble picking it up and throwing it back to Mason. That's a foul ball. 0-1. He is so far 1 for 2 with a single and a walk, as well as grounding into a double play. That was back in the 3rd inning when we were still down by 1. That's a ball. Mason gets the sign. Runner on the move to third, and Adam played well. That easy motion to steal on. It's slow. The ball hitting to center for a single will drive in the run. Nice hit and run for the Eagles, and they'll push across yet another. It's a 10-run lead now against the Sabres. That run, the first one accredited to Hensley, as Parker's got some words for him. Figure some stuff out, maybe give him some advice, something with approach. it looked like he had something. He called time, granted by the infield umpire. Nice move from a captain right there. The captain of the infield is a shortstop. Typical with the position, but that is a very mature move of an infielder, especially one that has experience pitching. That one a ball 2. This is Josh Landis, the third baseman. Landis got a pair of walks and a strikeout so far. Sets. Here's the pitch. It looks like he's pacing himself well on the mound. He's taking his time. He's not rushing himself. He's coming set, holding it set. Motion a little slow, but it's not. It's not rushing, and that's when you're making your mistakes. Is when you're rushing pitches far behind the batter there. The runner will easily advance on the wild pitch. And it is 3-0. Three runs have scored so far. Only one hit, a pair of walks, and a hit by pitch have been the ways the other batters have gotten on base. That is a 3-1 strike after the foul ball. Sets. Full count. On the ground, shortstop. Hoover sticks with it. Nice play. And Nixon stays on the bag this time. Good play to get the second out of the inning. Nice play by Parker and Nixon for the second out. Nixon over there talking to the first base coach, the assistant coach for the Eagles. Maybe giving him a little gash. I saw him pulling out maybe 3 inches. Maybe he's like, I don't know. He maybe came off the bag on that one. That first pitch ball inside to Luke Smith. Well, I would imagine that's all in good fun, though. 2 outs. Runner at third. On a line. Watch out, coach. Just hops out of the way of a laser shot down the left field line. Foul. Looks like we do have a little bit of movement, rearrangement in the outfield, but I cannot tell. It is the same out there. It is the same. One and one. Hensley sets. Ball 2. Still running that same defense other than Mason now pitching. That Malachi moved to second, so Chinlin taken out of the game. That will put Mason into his batting spot in the order. Ball 4, so another walk in the inning. That is Mason's first walk of the game. But the third walk in the inning is second free base allowed after the hit by pitch. And Christian calling for something behind the plate, giving them the play with the runners at the corners. This one, 2 outs. If you can get him, and if you think you have a shot at him at second, go for that. Go for the stealing runner. You got 2 outs on you. Sets high. On the move is the runner. Slow jump, but the play will be made. Easy out, second to first rather. That will end the inning. Sabres allow a couple runs across, but they'll strand a pair. 3 runs, 1 hit, no errors, and they'll strand a pair. Well, if you got to look at my book through the first 4.5 frames here at Turtle Creek Stadium, you'd see that one half is a lot prettier than the other half, and unfortunately, the pretty side's not the one we want it to be. Mason Hensley digs in as he replaces Caleb Chinlin, coming into pitch on the last inning, relieving Malachi Willis. He is getting his first swings here in this ball game. That first pitch was a ball on the ground. Shortstop has a little bit of trouble on the pickup. Didn't look like he squeezed it all the way, but he'll be able to make the play. The first out of the 5th inning. That brings up the number 9 hitter, Kobe Bilderback. And you get a look at the differences in amount of pitches for these two teams. Oh, the ball just appears on the foul ball. That was the 60th pitch for Bellaire. Ball high. 1-1 to Kobe. So just over 60 pitches here, starting out the 5th frame. Between the 3 Traverse City Christian pitchers, they've thrown 145 pitches. So let's even go back to the start of the 5th inning. There's almost twice as many pitches for the Sabres as for Bellaire himself, as this one sneaks past the glove of the shortstop right between his legs, Bill Buckner-esque, and Sabres have a runner on base. And we'll see what that one is ruled on Game Changer. I would say error. I'll always get you what the official is. Hard ground ball, reach error. That is fair. This one, pickoff attempt. He's gonna slide in, but he's not safe. No good. They get him caught in a pickle. So he reaches on an error, but it's flushed away for the 2nd out. And it's looking a little bleak here for the Sabres here in the 5th. This is Parker Hoover at the plate. By the way, he's 0 for 1. He's reached on a walk. He made it as far as 3rd base after stealing 2nd. That one called strike. 0-1. He will get the start in Game 2. 0-1 on its way. Back my way. That's going to fall just short of me into the seats below. Oh, 2 ball. Now 1-2 to the shortstop for the Sabres. A lot of work up the middle for him. He's either pitching at second or at short. It's always the leadoff hitter. 1-2. On a line. Nice piece of hitting. That's going to get down. Nice single with 2 outs. And maybe he's looking to start a 2-out rally here for the Sabres. That brings up left fielder Isaiah Willis, who is 0 for 2 so far. Going back to our doubleheader against Harbor Light Christian, he is, including today's game, 1 for 8. He did have a sacrifice back in the first game of that series. He's been hitting the ball well. It just seems to find the glove of somebody as a pickoff move after he was, I'll be honest, barely off the bag. Scheduled right now for a game in about 10 minutes, as it is 5:50. This one hit into the air down the first base side into foul territory off the patio seats, just off screen for you. 0-1. Sets. Delivery. Swing and a miss. Very way ahead of that pitch. That one, he took quite a bit off of that one at 64 miles an hour. Digs back in. Pitch on its way. Parker on the move. This one, late swing, foul ball. Stays 0-2. A little bit of talking. They got a new ball in play here, so the first baseman will get that into the catcher. Off move, nothing. Well, game 2 right around the corner for this one. Sabres currently behind 10 or 12 runs to a 10-run deficit as Isaiah rather fouls one straight into the dirt behind home plate. The turf rather stays 0-2. Runner on first, that is Parker Hoover. I've had 2 batters reach, but one was caught stealing this one. A little dribbler. He was way out ahead of that one on the ground. Third baseman picks it up. Oh, but the first baseman can't handle it. Nobody at third to take the throw from the first baseman. And there's runners at the corners. Little maybe injury, hopefully not. It looks like he ran into the glove of the first baseman and is grasping at his neck, bending over. I hope he can stay in. We do need him to stay in this ball game and be able to play in the next one as well. He's gonna stay in as Reese Broderick gets up to plate. Well, one swing's not gonna do much as you're down by 10. First pitch is outside, ball 1. Reese 0 for so far tonight, has not gotten a hit, nor has he reached base. On the move is Willis. He'll be in there uncontested. They would call that one a single for Isaiah. Single to third base was the official ruling in Game Changer. It's 2-1 to Reese Broderick now. Two 1 in the air. Right field. Right fielder coming on to it. The second baseman, though, is going to make the play going back, and that'll end the inning. They'll strand a pair as the second baseman will get a hat tip from Bellaire. Going into the final frame of this one, Sabres down 10. 12-2 our score. Oh, they're gonna call it after 5 innings of play. Sabres. It is mercy rule, right? I suppose. Sabres gonna take the loss in this one. Their record moves to 8-5 as we look forward to Game 2. We'll be right back here. I'm just gonna put this one on mute for a second. Welcome back, Sabres fans, as we get started for Game 2 of this one. The Bellaire Eagles against our Traverse City Christian Sabres. We took the loss in Game 1, ready to win Game 2 as Parker Hoover stands on the mound, ready to face Bellaire in this one. First pitch called strike, outside part of the plate. We are underway. First pitch, 6:18. Sabres mercied in Game 1. Got mercied. Unfortunately, they didn't mercy. As Parker starting us out good here with 2 consecutive strikes to Dawson Dewey, the leadoff hitter in Game 1. Playing center field in this one as opposed to right field in the last game. Mixing it up a little bit in the lineup is the Bellaire head coach. We'll get you that lineup in just a second. Ball upstairs and away. It's 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And Parker starting us off good with a strikeout in this one. A 5-pitch strikeout for the first out. And the Sabres looking to have a little bit of better fortune in this one. That brings up the number 2 hitter, Keegan Levitt, who is in this one. Oh, he's going to have to get out of the way of that pitch first. And ball 1. He's the second baseman in this one, as well as the last one. Parker with the pitch. Ooh, I thought that one came back, but that is a ball. 2-0. That one is ball as well, so 3-0 after the strikeout to lead off the ball game. Well, the Sabres 8-5. Stone cold take there. No movement from the batter's box at all. 8-5 after Game 1's loss. And they're looking to pick up their 9th win of the season in this one. Called strike. Levitt thought he had that one. Ball 4, but umpire calls that one a strike. Home plate umpire. Turn in the pitch. Barely chops it. A little foul dribbler, high chop dribble. Very slow chopping. Foul ball. Still a full count. Full count pitch on the ground. Isaiah Willis now manning third. High throw. Nixon comes off the bag to get it, but will be able to come back down after the jump for the second out. And the Sabres have the first 2 batters out in this one. That brings up the number 3 hitter, Colin Bierup. He was the starting pitcher in the first game. Now playing first base. Lefty open stance. Lefty as well. Only option really was to go first base or the outfield for Game 2 as Nixon's practicing his swing over at first base. Chatting with the first base coach. Popped up high behind home plate. Brower, just overruns it. Foul ball. It's 1-1 now. One and one. ball. We'll get you a look at that lineup for the Eagles in this one. You saw Dawson Dewey, the leadoff hitter, followed by Keegan Levette. Dawson in center, Keegan at second base. Now up is Colin Bierup. He's the first baseman. He'll be followed by starting pitcher Caden Battership. Is a nice hard ball back to Parker Hoover. He'll make the play. 1-2-3 inning for Parker. And the Sabres, much cleaner in the first of this one. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left. I'll continue to get you that lineup right now as we break for the first inning. Pit spitters due up. After Colin Bierup, we just saw a ground out to end the inning, will be Caden Battership. He'll lead off the second inning. He's followed by Tucker Moliski. He is the right fielder in this one. And then Jaden Henson in left. The number 7 hitter is third baseman Tyler Schumacher. The catcher, number 8 hitter, Aiden Belko. And rounding out the lineup is the shortstop, Ben Landis. The 5, 6, and 7 hitters, all new into this game, did not play the first game, and the Sabres are going to get a look at a right-handed pitcher in this one. Not often in high school baseball do you see a left-handed pitcher, but the Sabres would, which makes it an odd paradigm where you have reverse splits almost as a right-handed hitter. We'll see if they can do better against this right-handed pitcher. His motion seems to be a little loose, not quite tight right there. You can see his glove arm not tight to the chest how you want it to be. I would imagine that we're going to see some balls outside against all these right-handed Sabres. He's getting it down the middle right now, but you let that front fly loose, the other side's going to want to follow, and you're going to end up pulling the ball into the other batter's box. That was a 16-pitch inning for Parker Hoover facing the Eagles. And a very clean one. A strikeout, ground out, and he was able to make the putout on one of those. And he will lead us off as we get started here in the bottom of the first. Traverse City Christian Sabres up to bat here at Turtle Creek Stadium. Just about 6:30 as the Sabres look to start something off. A nice hit into right field, one of the better hits we've seen today. But the right fielder will make the play on it. First out is on the first pitch, fly out to right, and Parker Hoover is set down with that. Let me get you a look at the Sabres lineup for Game 2 in this one. We saw Parker Hoover. He's followed right now by Isaiah Willis, the third baseman. Reese Broderick hitting third, playing short. Nick Sendemer hitting cleanup at first base in this one. Christian Brower doing the catching where he ended. Ooh. Isaiah Willis going to take first base on a hit by pitch. Sabres have their first base runner and the first base runner of the ball game in this one. Christian Brower doing the catching, continuing from where he finished off in Game 1. Malachi Willis moving to second base where he finished Game 2. Charlie Cameron now in right field, getting some reps in the field. Ethan Ahlart moving over to left field. And Kobe Bilderback to stay in center field, rounding out the lineup. Ethan coming into the lineup in the 8 spot is Reese Broderick hit a pretty far foul into the Sabres bullpen right out there in the left part of your screen. Foul ball, strike 1. Reese batting in this one with a runner on first and 1 out. Reese was 0 for 3 with a couple pop outs and fly out. Is that almost made it into our press box in here? But it's foul ball. 0-2. Looking for his first hit of the day. Isaiah with a nice lead. They're going to pick him off. Nothing, though. He gets back safely. It's cooled off a little bit here in Traverse City as we are just a little bit down the road from Chum's Corner. This one on a little chop to short. He misplays it. Reese in safely. And he will get there safe. It's 61 degrees here at 6:30. On a Monday night, no better place to be than the ball field. And no ball field better to be at in this city than Turtle Creek Stadium, home of the Traverse City Pit Spitters. The Sabres look to reclaim themselves after that 12-2 difference in game one as Nixon fouls one back onto the table of one of the patios. A foul ball, strike one. And the runners were on the move. They would call that one a single for Reese, so he stands at first with a single. 0-1. On the ground, second baseman makes a play. He's going to slap the tag on Reese going into second, and they will get him there. So that's a fielder's choice. Nixon will be at first with Isaiah over at third. 2 away. And that brings up Christian Brower. Christian's been hitting the ball hard these past few games. Hope that he can put one in a gap here. Nice played gap. Ball will roll for a bit, so hopefully if we can get that, that would score Nixon over from first. He's off for second, and now most definitely a ball in the gap will be able to score 2. That was a ball called, and the defensive indifference will put Nixon Deemer over at second base. Pitcher set. Here's the pitch. A little late on the swing and a miss. 1-1 now. On its way, swing and a miss. Strike 2. Christian hitting at 379 on the year. 517 slugging as he... Ooh! It was a nice play by the first baseman, and have yourself a game. He pitched quite good in the first game, and now he starts off game 2 with a pretty good play to save it. A run, maybe 2, from scoring as the Sabres will leave 2 runners on after a free base and a hit. 0-0 our score going into the second inning. Parker Hoover back to it as we start the second inning. No score as we are through one full inning. The pitcher, the fourth hitter, will lead it off for the Eagles. Caden Battershell, rather. We'll get a look at Parker Hoover as he went 1-2-3 on 16 pitches, including a strikeout, to start our ball game off for the Sabres. Caden picked up a pair of hits and a walk, but also grounded into a double play, scoring once in the first game of the day. Parker Hoover so far in this season, not including today's game, has pitched 11 innings. He's thrown 200 pitches before today as he gets a foul ball from Battershell. He's got a 1-1 record with 11 hits allowed, 13 runs allowed, but only 4 earned, 20 strikeouts, which leads to an incredible strikeout per 9. 2.47 ERA, and about a runner and a half per inning as he gets another foul ball. 2-2. That K per 9 is about how many strikeouts you'd expect from a full 9 innings of play. That one fouled off right over top of my head. It has not come down yet. I think it went out of the stadium. Still 2-2. That projects to about 15.9 strikeouts per 9 innings. That is very good. That is quite good. It's a full count as that one was in the dirt and rode up. Ooh, I like that pitch, but I'll get a ball 4 call on that, so a full count walk puts the leadoff hitter on. That brings up Tucker Malski. He is the right fielder. Did not play in the first game. This is his first trip to the plate at the game as Parker throws one, slides off the mound, ball 1. Runner at first. That is the first base runner of the game for the Eagles. Pitch on its way, just outside, ball 2. 2-0, the count. Look over to first. He sets. Barely any lead over there. Ball high. So 3 consecutive balls to start off Malski, the number 5 hitter. Sets. Called strike. 3-1 the count now. Three-one delivery, called strike 2, full count. Full count on its way. On the ground, that's going to go foul. Stays 3-2. Making him work here. Both pitchers or both hitters to start off this inning will see 7 pitches, and that is more in 2 batters than he had in 3 batters all first inning. And we'll see at least 8 in this at bat as he fouls one back over the PA box. Remains a full count. Getting his money's worth at the plate here in this one. Full count pitch. Ball 4 a little high. And there are runners on first and second after after a pair of full count walks to start off the second inning. Jaden Henson bats. He's the left fielder in this one, the number 6 hitter. Did not play in game 1, and he watches ball 1, the first pitch he sees. Misses the zone. That is 5 consecutive first pitch balls. The only first pitch strike we've seen so far from Parker was the first batter of the ball game. That one down low as well. So another 2 balls to start off the number 6 hitter in this one. Gonna have to reel it back in. He sets. Not a big lead. No lead from first. He doesn't even get off the bag at all. That's ball 3. Called strike 1. 3-1 the count to the batter that's wearing number 3-1. Get something on the ground, maybe twist up a double play. No outs so far in this one. Gets a big wide swing, long loopy swing from the batter in the box. But this is our 3rd consecutive full count. At his pace coming into this one. Swing and a miss. He gets the strikeout there. His 2nd strikeout of the game. And that's the first out of the inning. To get a look around the defensive alignment for the Sabres. In the outfield from left to right, you have Ethan Ahlart, Kobe Bilderback, and Charlie Cameron. Around the horn in the infield, Nixon Deemer at first, Malachi Willis at second, third baseman Isaiah Willis, and then the shortstop is Reese Broderick. And the battery for today's game starting us off is Parker Hoover and Christian Brower. I want to call it a strike. It's a 1-1 count to the number 7 hitter Tyler Schumacher. Did not play in game 1. He is the 3rd baseman. And bats with 2 on and 1 out. Gets a called strike there. On the season so far, prior to this game, Parker's sitting about 17.5 pitches an inning. Doesn't get the call there. Ball 2, even count at 2-2 now. Strike 3, so his 2nd strikeout of the game. His 3rd strikeout of the game. 2nd strikeout in a row and 2nd strikeout of the inning. And he might just get out of this 2-on jam to start the 2nd. Well, if you're wondering how 20 strikeouts in 11 innings scales to a 6-inning game, that number is an expectation of about 10.5 strikeouts through 6 innings. That one fouled off. 2 strikes now to Aiden Belko. Belko in game 1 had a few ground outs, 3 ground outs to short, 2nd, and 3rd. And he'll strike out here. He'll get 3 consecutive strikeouts. He says, infield, take the day off. I'm going to walk 2, but then I'll strike out the next 3. No runs, no hits, no errors. They'll leave on 2. No score. Sabres up to bat here as we start the bottom half of the second inning with no score. Malachi Willis, the one to get us started here. First pitch to him. Nice line ground ball. Hard hit ground ball to center field, and the Sabres are up and working on the first pitch of the inning. So another first pitch swing for the Sabres to start out a frame, but this time it's going to result in a base hit from Malachi Willis. He's followed up by Charlie Cameron. Charlie was the DH in Game 1. He's now in the field playing right field in this one. He was 0 for 2 in the first one as he fouls one off very far down the first base line, right about that corner bend where the gentleman in orange is. 0-1. Runner at first, that's the second baseman as he takes off for second base, but is brought back after a foul ball. Pickoff move, nothing. An 0-2 count on Charlie Cameron. Pitcher looks in, sets high. Outside pitch, ball 1. Sets at the shoulders. Late swing, strike 3, back pick, doesn't get him. That will be the first out of the game or first out of the inning, rather. And the first strikeout of the game against the Sabres. And that brings up Ethan Ahlart, the left fielder in this one. Ethan was hit for in Game 1, pickoff move, nothing. So he just played the field. He was in right field. He moves over to the other side of the outfield and gets to have his bat in the lineup. Chops at a pitch up, maybe a hit and run, but Malachi will get the stolen base. He's in there safely at second base, and the Sabres have the first blood of the game just 180 feet away, looking to capitalize on it and score first. They, for a brief second, held a lead in Game 1 as the pitch is wild and to the backstop. Malachi now 90 feet away. The Sabres had a 2-1 lead after the second inning, but Bellaire would tie it, take the lead, and hit the acceleration between the third and fourth innings, scoring most of their 12 runs in those 2 innings, that being 8 runs. Every player scored in their lineup except for Aiden Belko in those 2 innings. Foul tip into the catcher's glove is called a strike, and it is 2-2. Two on its way. Pushed it to first base. He makes a pirouetting leap to make the play. Easy play for the left-handed first baseman. Makes it a little easier than a righty, and Ethan Ahlart is out. That brings up Kobe Bilderback, the center fielder. Soft line out to first. Kobe, the number 9 hitter in this one, hoping to get on base here. He did reach in his last trip to the plate, but was caught in a pickle, picked off to be the second out of the 5th inning. Reached on that error and also grounded out in his first trip. 0-1, this one on the ground to short. Play is made to throw to first in time and accurate. That will end the frame. They strand a runner at third base. That one a ground out 6-3. Sabres, they do not score, but they pick up a hit. And they'll leave a runner on. Going into the third. No score in this one. Back to it here to start the third inning. The Sabres and the Eagles knotted up at no runs apiece. Quite a stark difference from game one, where 14 runs were scored in total. If you did not see the final score, I'm not going to tell you who scored most of those, though I bet you could guess based on the fact that I didn't want to tell you. That one fouled straight towards my way into the netting. Strike one, as Parker Hoover will face the 9-1-2 batters. After very good first two innings, he stranded a pair that he had walked to lead off the last inning. He would strand them by striking out 3 consecutive batters, which puts him on a 12 strikeout pace. Through 6 innings of this one, he gets called strike 2. He's looking good. Gets a ball picked in the dirt by Christian Brower. It is 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 and another strikeout. Parker Hoover dealing the throw around the horn. Does not quite go around the horn. It gets past Malachi. That flips the lineup over, though. Dawson Dewey up to the plate. He would start the game off with a strikeout. All 5 of these strikeouts so far are swinging. First pitch to him in the dirt, in the turf. Ball 1. Only 3 out of 10 first pitches have been strikes. He gets the swing on the outside part of the plate. A chase, strike 1, 1-1 with 1 out here in the third. Nobody on for the Eagles as Parker Hoover gets ready to deliver the 1-1 pitch. Ball. 2-1 the count now. Two-one on its way. Up high. 3-1. The Sabres will lead off with Parker Hoover. He'll be followed by Isaiah Willis, then Reese Broderick. Gets a swing and miss, full count. Now 3-2 on the strike 2. We've seen quite a few full counts, 5 of them now to be specific, and this is the second time we've seen a full count strikeout from Parker Hoover. That is the 6th strikeout, the 5th in a row. And he's got 2 outs quickly here in inning number 3. Six strikeouts through just under 3 innings of work. And he is pacing quite well. Ball 1 in the dirt to Keegan Lovett, the second baseman for these Eagles. Gets the sign, turns and fires. Ball 1 gets him to back. Ball 2 gets him to back out a little bit. (2-0) in the air, fouled off down the first base side onto the concourse. And that last row of seats actually doesn't quite make it out to the concourse. Probably one of the better angles we've seen on the day. Was behind the pitch though. 2-1 on its way. Fouled off. None of the boys. Oh, and we get a winner down in the dugout. That looks like Simmons got the ball. Couldn't quite tell while the boys were swimming on the railing. It's 2-2. Let's see if he can get number 6 in a row. All 6 of the strikeouts so far have been swinging, and he gets number 7. 6 strikeouts in a row for Parker Hoover. Back-to-back 3 strikeout innings, and he gets the side in order this time. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. Nothing. Going into the bottom half of the third. Sabres coming up. Parker Hoover steps in as he looks to help himself out as we enter the 3rd inning of baseball, the bottom of the 3rd inning of baseball for the Traverse City Christian Sabres. He flew out to right on a nicely hit ball, fortunately finding the glove of the right fielder hugging the line here after Parker hit it about right where he was in the 1st inning of this one on the first pitch from the Eagles. He gets a called strike 1 and is looking at an 0-1 count to begin the bottom of the 3rd. Hoover, Willis of the Isaiah variety, and Broderick will start off this one. Inside pitch that he shoots up the middle. The second baseman does get it slow enough. Gonna be safe, base hit. So a single leads off for the Sabres. That brings up Isaiah Willis, who reached on a hit by pitch, made it as far as third base, but would be left stranding. He is yet to have an official at-bat in this one, but has reached base. Pickoff move unfruitful for Battershell. On the move to second, the throw from the catcher, definitely not in time. That one a strike, and Parker successful stolen base. So runner in scoring position with nobody out in this one. The third inning, Isaiah Willis up now. Pickoff move. Nothing. Pitch on the way. Ball. 1-1 to 8-8. One of the better scoring opportunities we've seen in this one between either team. Leadoff hitter at second with nobody out. This one fouled off just a little bit late. One and two. Delivery fouled off just late again. Kind of a protect me pitch. Parker's going to have to go all the way back to second. I imagine he's going to get quite tired after this back and forth. One and two, dribbled back towards first base, picked up fair, throw to first is in time, little flip to first rather, and the runner will advance, so pitcher gets that one 1-3, and that is the first out, but Parker's only 90 feet away as he looks to be the first score of his start, and the guy looking to make that happen is Reese Broderick. He got a single in the first inning, and we could use another one of those right here. He would be thrown out at second base. Not thrown out. He would be tagged out heading to second base on a fielder's choice. One away. First pitch to Reese is hit into the air to right. Parker tagging. Second baseman going back. Right fielder colliding in on it. They can't make the play, and the right fielder picks it up off the bounce and kind of flips it over to the second baseman as a quasi cutoff. But Reese got a double that'll score a run, and the Sabres have a one-run lead for the first time since the top of the third of Game 1. Nice RBI double, and Reese Broderick gets us some production from that number 3 hole. That brings up Nixon Deemer. Reese on the move to throw to third. Not in time as he slides and goes over the bag. Staying on, pitch a strike. Reese over at third with a stolen base. 90 feet away is a nice little insurance run as the Sabres look to once again score 2 in an inning, this time with the lead. Well, I guess they had the lead scoring 2 in the inning, but this time being the only ones who have scored so far in this game. The ball is in the dirt. 1-1. Nixon Deemer reached on that fielder's choice that got Broderick out heading to second base. On the ground, shortstop picks it up, and they will trade an out for a run as the Sabres take 2-run lead now. And Nixon does his job to push across the run. Fielder's choice ground out 6-3 on that one. 2 away, and that brings up Christian Brower. Brower, nice line out to third, but it was speared by the first, but that was speared by the first baseman. First pitch to him in the air, a little looper to left, and that will fall. A base hit with 2 outs, and the Sabres are really working something together here in the third inning. So with a runner on first and 2 outs, Malachi Willis will bat. He's got a hit already in this one. Looking to make it another with a runner at first. This one high and foul. Down the first base side, strike one. Bounces back into the field of play. 0-1 to Malachi Willis. On the move is Brower. Hit and run. That gets past the diving shortstop. They're going to send him. No pickup from center field until just now. And Christian Brower is going to dive headlong into home plate. 3-0 score now. As a pair of 2-out hits scores Christian Brower. One of those 2-out hits. A single pushes him across, and the Sabres have a 3-0 lead. Charlie Cameron bats. Similar situation, just 2 outs this time instead of none, but he has Malachi Willis over at first, swing and a miss, not secured by the catcher, and Malachi will take second base. Good heads-up base running there from Malachi, and the Sabres once again have a runner in scoring position with 2 outs this time. That would be run number 4 if they can push it across here. In the bottom of the third, Sabres up 3-0 with 2 outs, getting a large lead, and that one's going to get past him. Malachi with a turn. He'll steal third with the wild pitch. Gets back to the catcher in enough time to where he decides to stay at third base. The Eagles coach will take a trip to the pitcher's mound. He calls off first baseman, second baseman as they were making their way in. Just the pitcher and the coach right now. It's a 1-1 count on Charlie Cameron. The runner at third now is Malachi Willis. This is his second time getting over to third base. Hopefully the Sabres can score him though this time. He drove in a run with a nicely placed single that, in I feel like most cases, would have just had the runner park at third, but trouble picking it up in the outfield, was able to let Christian Brower score. And this one's going to do something similar. Charlie Cameron with a base hit. That'll score Malachi from third, and that brings up Ethan Ehlert. 3 consecutive 2-out hits. And this is more of the Sabres inning we've seen in recent games compared to that last one. So the Sabres will pick up their 4th run of the ball game, and that brings up Ethan Ehlert, who in his last at-bat would line out to the first baseman with that little pirouette. Returning to first before the pitch even got to the plate was Charlie, but pitches the ball regardless. What's nice about having that lefty over at first base is you get that pick off and you can slap the tag down right away, and your hand is right where you're going to want to take the feed. As the pitch is called a strike. 1-1. It's nice for pickoffs. Pitch on its way. Ethan with a nice little bloop single. So 4 consecutive Sabres hits with 2 outs, and they've got 2 batters on for Kobe Bilderback, the number 9 hitter. He's grounded out to short so far. Let's see if he can do something like Ethan just did. Maybe a grounder up the middle. Get some hits, get a run across, and then that's going to bring in a pitching change. So that'll be all for Caden Battershell. And they're going to bring in the center fielder, Battershell, going out there. Little 1-for-1 deal. I'll be right back in a second for you. back here in this one. Tucker Mulsky will be called upon to try to get the last out of the inning. He inherits runners on first and second base. The runner at second, Charlie Cameron, and the runner at first, Ethan Ahlart. He'll face Kobe Bilderback, the number 9 hitter. He's got a ground out under his belt in this one. First pitch to him, both runners on the move, and they're going to hold him as the pitch is wild into the backstop. Second and third now, no force anywhere but first base. And those will be stolen bases for both Ethan and Charlie. That was the first pitch from Mulsky. Both those runs attributed to that one gets past, and Charlie's going to dive headlong and kind of skip in, falling onto home plate. And it's another run for the Sabres, 5 for him. Both he and Ethan Ahlart will be the responsibility of now center fielder Caden Battershell. They go from 2-1 to 1-2 on the pitcher's mound. Kobe steps in. Tucker set on the ground, a little swinging bunt almost. Kobe is safe at first, and that's an infield single. Ethan Ahlart crosses the plate, and the Sabres are up 6-0. And I can give you the final line for the Eagles starting pitcher here. Parker Hoover comes to bat now. He's got a single. He led off this inning, and I like it in my book when the team I'm rooting for bats around. Swing and a miss, strike 1. And that's what the Sabres are doing here. They're seeing their 10th batter to the plate now. In the air. High into right field, shallow right. Second baseman coming on. Oh, and he boots it. Parker's going to stroll into second with a slide. Colby held it up at third. And that brings up Isaiah Willis. That is an E4. Now there are runners on second and third. 2 outs, and Isaiah Willis up to the plate. Well, for Caden Battershell, he is in line for the loss in this one, pitching 2 2/3 innings. Couldn't quite get the last one. The first pitch to Isaiah is a ball. He collected 1 strikeout. He did not walk anybody. He did hit Isaiah, who is up now. That was back in the first inning. He saw 8 hits off of him, and 6 of his runners would score all 6 earned runs. This one, a self-defense swing. A nice play by Emerson Schlegel from the first base coaching box. Props to Emmy. He's still got it. Foul ball on that one, 1-1. But that is the final line for the Eagles starter. Isaiah to right, but that's going to be foul. Emerson can't get that one. Extends a hand in jest. But it is foul into the stands. Kind of a free-for-all here today. Get to pick your own seats. Get the best view you want. Nice deal for Sabres and Eagles fans alike. Pitch on its way. Outside. Similar spot to that first pitch. 2-2. Looking to continue this impressive 2-out rally. 5 2-out hits and a 2-out reach on error. Called strike 3, a little inside. Isaiah didn't like it, but that is the 3rd out. So Sabres pick up quite a few. They get 6 runs to cross on 7 hits. They will strand a pair, 1 error on the inning. Sabres now coming back to the field with a 6-run lead. Sabres a little bit more comfortable in this one. They've got a 6-run cushion to work with as we start the 4th inning. Parker Hoover back to the bump as they're finishing their warm-up throws. This one just a gimme to get the ball over to second. A little offline, but that's a warm-up throw as Christian Brower does a little bit of windmill action with the catcher's hockey mask. As we're ready to get things started here in the top of the 4th, just past the halfway point of this ball game. Sabres looking a little bit better than they were come this point last game. They were down 1. This was the big inning for the Eagles, but Parker Hoover is doing quite good on the mound right now. 6 consecutive strikeouts as the first pitch is way wide. But going back to the 2nd inning, he would walk the first 2 batters on quite a lot of pitches, battle in both of them. 7 pitches and then 8 pitches. This one fouled off. This is Colin Bierup, the left-handed 3-pole hitter. But after those 2 walks, Parker would strike out the next 3 batters to end the inning and capitalize on that by a 1-2-3 strikeout third, as he gets 2 strikes now on Bierup. Bierup, the starting pitcher for Game 1, the first baseman in this one's already made a couple nice plays over at first base. He grounded out back to Parker in the first inning, and he looks at ball 2 here. But 1 strikeout in the first, 3 strikeouts in the second, and 3 strikeouts in the third. Parker's been doing well. Pitch on its way, fouled back. He is at 64 pitches. 65 now with that foul ball. Another 2-2 delivery. High in the air, and that will break the strikeout streak. But Reese Broderick will make the play. That is 7 outs in a row for the Traverse City Christian Sabres, as they're playing a lot more sound baseball here in Game 2. That brings to the plate the starting pitcher now, outfielder Caden Battershell. Battershell so far walked back in the 2nd inning. He was the first walk of the 2 as he gets swinging at strike 1. He would see 7 pitches in his walk. Comes a delivery. Ball. 1-1 the count. Well, if you're a Tigers fan, good news so far. The Tigers taking on the Marlins in the bottom of the 3rd. They have currently 3 runs as they hit in the 3rd inning. The next pitch, ball 2, all on separate plays. Baez, Kelly, and Green would all drive in runs. Hopefully the Tigers can pick up a win. They are currently 20-20 after their blistering hot start to the season. Parker gets another ball in the air as Charlie Cameron nestles underneath it to get the 2nd out. 2 up, 2 down to start out the 4th inning. And the Sabres looking to get back up to the plate while they're hot. That brings up pitcher Tucker Malski. Down to Aeneas Brower. First pitch is fouled off down the 3rd baseline. Strike 1. He was the other of the 2 walks to begin the 2nd inning. He would be stranded at first, while Battershell was stranded at second, ducking on this one. Ball 1. 1-1 count now. One and one, 2 outs. Reese in a squat over at short. Center field way in. Ball skips into the glove of Christian Brower. Right field a little back. Center field quite in. And left field, I would say, about normal depth. Charlie out in right field just a little bit back. That one skips back as well. It's 3-1. We saw Bilderback's speed put on display last half inning after a short little dribbler to third base turned into a really nice infield single that would score another run. He would be stranded at third. Called strike. Full count now. This gentleman saw 8 pitches in his last plate appearance, his first of the day. Gets another full count here. Let's see what he does with it. Called strike 3, and Parker picks up his 8th strikeout of the ball game. This one, the first strikeout looking. Sabres, through 4 scoreless frames of work, he's been dealing. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left. Going into the bottom of the 4th, Sabres up 6-0. Well, we come to you in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Sabres with a 6-0 lead over the Bellaire Eagles. And they'll lead off with Reese Broderick, who's got a pair of hits in this one, a single and a double in that order. Maybe a triple and a home run for the natural cycle for him. He's got a couple innings to do it. First pitch to him is high, ball 1. Reese reaches. Another base hit for him. And he is 3 for 3 on the day. I just got a care package from Mike Gallegos, the athletic director for Traverse City Christian. Hence the slight pause there. So the Sabres working with a base runner early here. Pickoff move, nothing. Nixon Deemer, the batter, is looking at an 0-1 count with Reese Broderick at first. Pitcher sets, and the delivery high in the air. Shallow left field. Shortstop and left fielder can't decide whose ball it is, and it falls in between them. And Nixon will reach. We'll see what they decide to call that one. That brings up Christian Brower. Christian Brower steps in. So far, a single that came with 2 outs. He's also got a line out as both runners take their next bases up on stolen bases. They did end up calling that one a single. So back-to-back singles puts runners on first and second for the Sabres. Pitch on its way. Kind of a self-defense hack again there. 1-1. Brower was the first of the 5 hits with 2 outs. He would be driven in by Malachi Willis after some nice base running, ball high, and a good decision to send him from Coach Wheat. Ball as well there. That's 3-1, the count to Christian Brower. Pitcher set. Fires. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Full count. Runners at second and third as the Sabres look to capitalize on their already impressive 6-0 lead. But as you saw in the last game, if you were with us, 6 might not be enough. They scored 12 in game 1 as they get Christian Brower to strike out here. That's the first out of the 4th inning. That brings up Malachi Willis, who's got a pair of singles so far in this one. Pitch to him in the air. Right field. Right fielder coming in. Second baseman going out, but that'll drop fair by the right field foul line. Second baseman hucks it to second base, but that'll score a run. A nice double. And Malachi has been hitting today. Malachi with his 4th hit of the calendar day. It's 3rd hit of this game. Drives in another run. It's his 2nd RBI of the game, and he'll overtake his brother for most RBI in the team as Charlie Cameron pops one up by the first base line, and he will be retired just as quick as he's brought up to the plate for the 2nd out. Pitcher took that one. Nixon Deemer moves over to third with the hit, and Reese Broderick scores from third. Ethan Ahlart up to the plate. Nice lofty single, just really good placement into left field as he watches a ball 1. That was his last trip to the plate. Would love to see that happen again. That would bring across a run, and maybe 2 if we can get a good jump from Malachi on it. Pitch on its way. Low. Inside, ball 2. 2-0, and the Sabres have been, in the past inning, have been hitting really, really good with 2 outs. They got 5 2-out hits as well as a reach on a 2-out error. Delivery on the ground, up the middle. Shortstop can't make a diving play, and that'll score them both. Ethan Ahlart with another RBI. And the Sabres pick up a pair on that hit. So 2 runs cross, making it 9-0. And Ethan Ahlart with another base hit. They'll try to pick him off. Nothing doing there. And that brings up Kobe Bilderback. Kobe with a little dribbler single in his last trip to the plate. He's 1 for 2 in this game. In the air, my way. I could probably reach my hand out there and grab it. Not quite. That falls in front of me. Oh and 1. On it well. Play resumed by the umpire. Pitcher set. Here's the pitch. No look over to first. Blocked in the turf dirt. 1-1 with no look over to first. If we had a little bit of faster runner over there. I wouldn't mind seeing Emmy have him get off a little bit more, but there was no thought. And so far has been, once again, no thought before the delivery. Pick off behind Ethan, and that's kind of where the trouble is if he would have gotten a bigger lead. But there's no look over to first base. It's 2-1. Maybe a little bit more speed over there. We could have had quite a big lead over to that cut where that curve comes back from the line. This one on a nice line to center field, and Kobe's got his second hit of the ball game. That moves Ethan to second base, and they're playing a little station to station here as back-to-back 2-out hits once again will put the Sabres in a good position. That flips the lineup over to the top, and this is the 8th hitter of the inning. That brings up Parker Hoover, who's got a single and 3 trips to the plate, as well as an error that he would reach upon. Inside, ball 1. He scored back in the first inning. He scored back in the third inning, last inning. He scored to lead off. He would reach on a hit. This one, a nice piece to right field. Right fielder maybe having a little bit of trouble reading it, but he'll make the play. That'll end the inning. They'll strand a pair, but 5 hits give the Sabres 3 runs, and they're up 9-0. Going into the 5th inning of this one, Sabres ahead. Sabres back to it as we start the 5th inning. They added some runs in the last half. It is 9-0 now, as it looks like some changes may be afoot. One change, at least that I see, that brings in Hudson Connor to play right field. He'll go into the 7th spot in the lineup. First pitch, a ball. We saw that last time too, back in the 3rd inning. Not last time, but we saw that back then where it dominated an inning and just threw a crazy pitch to start off the next one. Gets a swinging strike there, and maybe that's more of what we're looking for. Parker Hoover back on the mound as we start the 5th. He's been rolling. He gets a swing and a miss there. Strike 2, 1-2. This is Jaden Henson, the left fielder for the Bellaire Eagles. Sidearm delivery on that one. Doesn't find the zone. 2-2. Sets. From the windup, rather. Rocks back. Another sidearm delivery, and He's moving like he's from the Matrix to get out of the way of that one. That is ball 3. It's a full count. Only 6 balls for pitcher in the last half. That one not a strike, says the home plate umpire, and that will be ball 4. So that is the first base runner since before there were any outs back in the second inning. That has been 9 consecutive outs for the Sabres before allowing another base runner. Pickoff move, nothing. Only the third base runner of the game. That was the 82nd pitch for Parker Hoover, as he's been able to do very well in this game. On the move, slide steps, skips out of the glove of Christian Brower. Runner will move over to second on the pass ball. Parker's got room to work with. He's got a 9-run cushion, partially helped by himself. Steps back onto the rubber, takes a look back, look to the batter, look again back, back to the batter. This one hit into left field. Ethan Ahlart going to field it in front of him. And that will be the first hit of the ball game coming in the 5th inning. A base hit to left, and there are runners at the corners with nobody out. And that brings up catcher Aiden Belko. Belko, in his last trip to the plate, was a strikeout victim, the 3rd consecutive to start that string of 6. He was the 4th strikeout of the game. Looking to get his first strikeout here maybe in the 5th inning. Pickoff move. Third base runner creeps down the line a little bit more. Not always wise to throw behind the runner. Doesn't hurt him in this situation. Doesn't help him either. They didn't get the out at first. Pitch is a strike. Called strike. With a lack of success in terms of first pitch strikes, Parker's been able to really do well at getting these batters out as he gets them to foul one back. Like I said, he's at 8 strikeouts right now, but not a lot of first pitch strikes. He's through 17 batters. And he's only thrown 6 first pitch strikes, which means 11 first pitch balls, which is a very large discrepancy from what you would normally see. But it's led to success, which has been working fine for the Sabres. He's got an 0-2 count on Balco. It's back on the rubber. Peek over to first, peek over to third. Look back to the catcher. Slide step in the air. Line drive into right center. That's going to be a base hit. Hudson Connor fields it. He's going to throw it in to second. No cut. And once again, runners on the corners as they drive home their first run of the ball game here in the 5th inning. Sabres going to have to get 2 on the board to put in play a mercy. But after game 1, I would like to see the Sabres put a mercy on. That brings up the number 9 hitter, Ben Landis. He's struck out so far. First pitch to him, past Brower, and the runner will score after it tipping off his glove. We'll see if that's decided a wild pitch or a passed ball. That moves the runner up to second base. It is a 1-0 count to the number 9 hitter. They do, in fact, call that one a wild pitch. Too far off to his right, swing and a miss. Comes back with a strike, swinging. And he does what he's not technically supposed to do. He takes both feet out of the batter's box. He He gets back in time, so nothing called there. 1-1. Ball. So one of the rules that the MHSAA has asked umpires to enforce more consistently through this season is making sure the batter stays in the batter's box. Not that it's a game-changing rule. It's more of a pace of play thing. MLB Rob Manfred Asquez. Reese Broderick fields a easy pop-out behind his shortstop position in front of Ethan Aylard. He said, "Hey, man, that's mine. That's my ball all day." Reese takes it. Good job, good eye by Malachi Willis, though, to cover third base with Isaiah leaving. And that base being left open with a runner at second base. That was very heads-up baseball from him. They get the first out of the inning. 2 runs so far have crossed, and that turns the lineup back up to the top. This is Fox, number 17. He's newly entered into the ball game. Ball. Damon Fox. Pitch on its way. Behind him, runner jogs from second to third. And we were looking at a 2-1 count. Now, Belko at third base, 90 feet away. It is a 9-2 score so far. Pitch on its way. Called strike. Maybe a little bit of chop action at that. He looked like he wanted it, but thought twice. It's 2-2. Either way. Strike 3, and Parker picks up his 9th strikeout of the game. First of the 5th inning, and that's the second out of the inning. That is the 3rd time the leadoff hitter has struck out in this one. Time called, given to Christian Brower as he takes off his mask and jogs over to the pitcher's mound. Has some words for him. Nixon joining. The batter now is Keegan Lovett. Keegan so far in this game 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a ground out. Back in the first game, he picked up a hit, a sacrifice, and a hit by pitch, stole base. He drove in 2 RBI and scored twice himself, so he's responsible for 4 runs throughout the game. Another RBI opportunity for him, but let's hope we continue what he's been doing against Parker rather than what he did in the first game. Parker looks in, gets the sign, sets at the letters, pitch on the ground. Isaiah, nice play at the chest. Not going to be able to get it. The throw wasn't there enough. Malachi with a good backup holds the runner only to second base. And that will score a run. I will let you know how that's called, what we call it in Game Changer, as soon as I get it, but the run will cross. And there will be a runner at second base. That brings up Colin Bierup. Looks over to first base, even though there's nobody there. Pitch on its way. Ball inside. They call that one an error by Isaiah Willis, so that will be an unearned run, not attributed to Parker's ERA, called strike 1-1. And an E5. Sets, playing a little bit of mind games, runs over in front of him, past the second baseman into center field, but backed up quickly by Bilderback, and the runner stays at second base. No advance. Pitch in the air, high down the third base side. Foul. Another strike on him, 1-2, with a runner at second and 2 outs. That was his 100th pitch. 300 total on the season through 15 innings pitched. That one passed the catcher. Is actually 16 innings pitched, and he's taken off. Great heads-up base running, and the throw is going to be over the head of Parker Hoover. The runner scores all the way from second on a wild pitch. That was, when it comes down to it, that was very heads-up running, very heads-up coaching at third base. Just very, very smart baseball play by the Eagles there. The runner, love it, getting all the way around from second. He noticed that it wasn't a burst to get to the ball behind the plate. He took advantage of it. 2-2 on the ground, fair ball, and Nixon keeps it from rolling too far into the outfield with a good attempt to get the ball, but I imagine that one's ruled a single. And here comes Coach Wheat. Not sure if it'll be a pitching change or what. It may be a pitching change, as pitch count has gotten up there quite high. And we'll see what he has in mind for Parker Hoover. He does, and it looks like we're going to get a little bit of a switch up. Looks like Nixon Deemer's coming in. We'll see what gets moved around. Runner at first, 2 outs. Eagles will bring up Caden Battershell as Nixon Deemer is tasked with getting the final out of the 5th inning. He inherits a runner at first base. That was ended up given a single, which is the right call, in my opinion. That one a swinging strike 1. Battershell's walked and flew out to right field in this one so far. He was the 2nd out of the last inning. Slide step action from Deemer is ball. Only 3 hits allowed by Parker Hoover, 3 walks as well. And the jury is still out on his final run count, currently sitting at 4, 2 earned, 2 unearned. Regardless, it will be 2 earned runs no matter what happens here. That runner at first is attributed to him, so if he scores, it will be a run given to Parker Hoover. However, if he's stranded, that is ideal. Well, the move sends Malachi from second to first, Nixon from first to the pitcher's mound, and Parker from the pitcher's mound over to second base. Just a little Bermuda Triangle of moves. as the Sabres have a 5-run lead, 9-4 over the Eagles. Here comes the pitch. Another breaking ball attempt there, and that is a full count, 3-2 to Battenshell. Swing and a miss, strike 3. One batter is all he would need to get out of the inning. Sabres give up a few, 4 runs on 3 hits, 1 error and a runner left. Sabres with a 9-4 lead. Sabres back up to pile it on here in the 5th as they have a little bit of their work taken back from them. It is 9-4. They'll lead off with Isaiah Willis, who 0 for 2 with a hit by a pitch in this one, and almost wore another. That'll be ball 1. The 28th pitch by Malski in this one, as he starts out the bottom of the 5th with the ball. Called strike on that one, 1-1 to Isaiah Willis. He was the final out of that long 3rd inning. Called on a strike he didn't really appreciate. He didn't love the call. He thought it was a little inside. I thought it was a little inside. Umpire's rules what matters. That's the 2nd time he's been plunked. Another hit by a pitch for Isaiah Willis, and he'll jog on down to first base while Reese Broderick will jog on up to the plate. Reese Broderick, 3 hits in this one. He's got an RBI and has scored twice. He was the leadoff hitter back in the 4th inning. He would come around to score. Ooh, almost fooled Isaiah. Had a little bit of a dance back and forth, but dives back into first quickly on the pickoff attempt. Sets another try to get him. He said, well, I almost got you last time. Let me try to get you again. Doesn't get him. Back to the mound. On the move this time, a protection hack. Had a pitch way up high. Reese looks at Coach Weed. He's like, what do you want me to do? I can't hit and run on that. But it's okay because Isaiah is safe over at second. That was the first pitch to Reese Broderick. Here comes the pitch. On the ground to about the same place. This one not made by the pitcher. Dives headlong, but he is out at first. Second baseman, good backup on that, and that will be the first out of the 5th inning. Isaiah Willis Still at second, and that brings up Nixon Deemer to the plate. Nixon going no batting gloves in this at-bat. He's got a hit and a pair of fielder's choices, the one of which pushed across to the second run of the ball game. Lead from second. They're going to pick him off into the dirt, but corralled. Isaiah safe getting back to second. Unconsequential pickoff. Pitch on its way. Inside ball. First pitch of the at-bat. Sets. Here's the delivery. In the dirt, Isaiah will go. It wasn't kept close to home. Kind of skipped out of the glove. Somebody in the very front playing rock, paper, scissors with one of the Eagles players, it looked like. Looks like she may have won. Pitch on its way. Ball three. 3 consecutive balls to Nixon Deemer. And they're maybe in business to put a runner on. Get runners at the corners with 1 out. Here comes the pitch. On the ground, up the middle, that'll get a run in. Another fielder's choice. He is out. It almost looked like he may have come off the bag, but the umpire rules him out at first. A 6-3. 2 away. And that brings up Christian Brower with 2 outs. The base is empty. 1 in the inning. It is 10-4 Sabres. Fouled straight back. Strike 1. Christian so far 1 for 3, a strikeout, a line out, and a single. He did score. He was driven in by Malachi after some good base running, getting all the way back from second as he's ducking out of the way of that one. Turns into almost an armadillo at the plate, rolling up into a ball. It's 1-1. That one ball away and to the backstop. Two 2-1 to Christian. 2-1 delivery. Outside again. Missing to that outside part of the plate. And he's looking at a 3-1 count. Another 3-ball count, the second in a row. In the air, right field. Not right field. Foul territory behind first. The play is made by the first baseman, and that'll end the inning. So a single run scores, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Sabres up 10-4 as we're here in the final inning, 6th inning, as they look to shut them down to take the victory here at Turtle Creek Stadium. Sabres good to go here as Nixon Deemer back to the mound to pitch the 6th inning. Sabres up by 6 runs here, 10-4. Nixon will face the 5, 6, 7 hitters. This is Tucker Malski, called strike 1. And he's off to a good start in this one. 0-1 count, first pitch strike. 2 first pitch strikes. And his 2 batters face this one. Nice curveball. Fools the batter. He thought he was getting hit, and then he just flailed at it. Strike 2. Going for his 2nd consecutive strikeout since entering the game, perchance. Does it again. Ask for an appeal. That was a fun point from Christian. But that is no go, says the first base umpire, and I do believe he held back from my angle. 1-2. In the air. Behind the second baseman position. Parker makes the play. 1 away. 1 out, and that brings up the 6 hitter, Jaden Henson. He's got a strikeout and a walk. He was the first scorer of the game for the Eagles back when he walked in the previous frame. It was a full count walk. Dude, you just don't love giving up full count or first leadoff walks. My apologies. It's not something you like to do. Feels like they always score. Fortunately, they were able to prevent the first 2 batters who reached on walks back in the 2nd inning from scoring. But they were not able to do so in the 5th inning. Those and 2 out walks. You don't want to see those. There's a 1-1 count. That one high, ball 2. Here comes the pitch. Called strike 2-2. Two. Inside, ball 3, another full count. All 3 of the batters Nixon has faced have worked their way to a full count. See if this one pays off as well. Swing and a miss, another full count strikeout for Nixon Deemer. And the Sabres are down to their final out to record to win this ball game. The Eagles down to their last chance at the plate. That brings up Tyler Shoemaker, my apologies. This is Tyler Shoemaker. Unless there was a change. First pitch to him. Called strike as it's getting dark. The zone might expand a little bit unless they put the lights on here at Turtle Creek Stadium. Swing and a miss. I can confirm that is Shoemaker at the plate, and they are down to their last strike. Called strike 3. Quite the situation here. They reverse it. Almost an appeal, I suppose, but will be undone. And I got 1 and 2 now. Ball, 2-2. Inside, ball 3, another full count. This will be the 18th pitch of the inning. Sabres looking to finish it off here. It's a 2-2 count. In the air, foul. I can confirm now it's a 2-2 count. This will be the 18th official pitch. Maybe the batter said he fouled the pitch off then. 2-2. 2-2, 2 outs. Pitch on its way from Nixon. Barrels out of the way, and a long way to get to a full count, but we are here now. This will be the 20th pitch of the inning. Slow wind up. That skips by, and that will put a base runner on. 2 outs, a walk. And that brings up Aiden Belko. Aiden Belko singled in the last inning, would come around to score. He also drove in a run. He struck out as well in this one. Called strike. Popped up high my way, over the room adjacent to me. Foul ball. Strike 2. So another chance to get the last batter here on a strikeout. Sabres need one more out, one more strike, as we're here in the last inning. 6-run lead, and that's it. Strike 3. Oh, batter playing with fire there, slamming his bat on the rubber turf. Now he throws it towards his teammates walking out. Not pleased with himself, but the Sabres will take the win, 10-4 in this one. Gets his 3rd strikeout with the 3rd out of the game. I'll get you some stats in just a second. Stick with me as the boys hand out the high five. The Sabres split with the Bellaire Eagles. Overall for the Sabres, Parker Hoover in his day went 2 for 6 between both games with a walk, a reach on error, and a run. Isaiah Willis scored once today, going 1 for 5 with 2 hit by pitches. Reese Broderick with a 3 for 7 effort, and thanks to a 3 for 4 game 2 runs scored and an RBI. Nixon Deemer walked and went 2 for 5, scoring twice and driving in an RBI. Christian Brower went 1 for 6 with a run but striking out 3 times. Malachi Willis went 3 for 3 in game 2 and 4 for 5 over the doubleheader, scoring 2 RBIs and crossing the plate 3 times. Charlie Cameron went 1 for 5 with a run scored between both games. And Ethan Ahlart, in his only game at the plate, went 2 for 3 with a run scored and 3 RBI, an impressive performance. And Kobe Bilderback went 2 for 5 between both games with a reach on error, 2 of those, and 2 for 3 in game 2. For the boys on the bump in game 2, Parker Hoover picked up the win in 4 2/3 innings pitched with 9 strikeouts, 3 walks, 3 hits allowed, 4 runs, 2 of those earned. And Nixon Deemer picked up 4 outs in a 1 1/3 innings pitched effort, with 3 of those being strikeouts, only 1 runner, that coming on a walk. For Christian Brower in game 1, he went 3 innings pitched with 3 strikeouts, 5 walks, 3 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned runs, all 3 of those runs earned. And Malachi Willis pitched an inning, allowing 4 walks, 5 hits, 8 runs, but only 4 of those earned. And Mason Hensley pitching the final inning, striking out 1, walking 1, allowing 1 hit, and 1 run it was earned. The Sabres end up splitting with the Bellaire Eagles, and that puts them at a 9-5 record on the season, still above 500, and still in the win column. That puts them at a 623 record. That puts them, at a 643 win percentage on the year. And the Sabres look to continue this win into their next game against St. Mary's. That one an away game. The next 2 doubleheaders away. The following one at Bear Lake. And the last doubleheader of the season is against Mesick. Next game coming this Friday at St. Mary's, the 17th. The 20th will be the game after that at Bear Lake. And the final game coming on Thursday, not Friday. The Sabres take the win in Game 2 after being mercied in Game 1. One more time, a thank you to the Pit Spitters operations team for hosting the Traverse City Christian Sabres and the Bellaire Eagles here at Turtle Creek Stadium. Sabres split with the Eagles, and I want to thank you for joining me on the stream tonight. My name is Ryan Whitcup, and I appreciate your support. Until next time, go Sabres!